Hey there, Grecker. Good to see ya. Glad you're here. I was gonna run an ad, but I'm gonna have to do... Well, at least I know the audio works. Sorry. But welcome on in. Welcome on in. Let's get a shout out for Mr. Gracker before I do any sort of ad-related shenanigans. For those who don't know, Gracker... Oh, and thank you again. Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate that. For those who don't know, Gracker221 is a Marbles on Stream entertainer. That is their part and parcel on Twitch. Marbles on Stream is a chat engagement game that you play with your viewers on Twitch. I don't know if it's just Twitch, but I know it's the biggest thing on Twitch in terms of a chat engagement game. And essentially, what the entertainer does is curate all the racetracks for racing marbles. They also curate any like marble skins they want their users to have access to at all times. Sometimes on random and other times with other commands. But once the tracks are curated and the marble skins selected, that's it. You load up the game, assuming the integrations are set up properly, your Twitch viewers will get a command, or you'll have one set up for them, and you race marbles. That's it. That's the whole premise. And what you do after that is kind of up to the entertainer. Gracker's stream is what I would describe as a digital cafe. You basically come in, race marbles, chit-chat with each other, network with each other, get to know him, get to know everybody else, and have yourselves a good time. If you guys aren't following Gracker221, you should be following Gracker221. They're awesome. Now, it is 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and I have not run an ad yet for pre-roll, so I'm going to do that now. I appreciate anybody who is being patient with me. I will see you guys after the initial set of ads. All right. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin Stamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Call me whatever would make you feel more comfortable. And welcome to another episode of Lies of P. I hope you guys on YouTube, Twitch, say hi to YouTube. At least if I'm, Nope, I don't have the correct ad. I don't have the correct program. Hang on. Okay, There we go. I had to get Ghost Chat on. You guys should be able to chat to YouTube now. We're multi-streaming to YouTube. Hi. Before we really and truly begin and I switch over to the game preview, I'm going to run a quick little audio test or a quick property check just to make sure everything is running shipshape. And we're going to thank our contributors and our subscribers. I've been trying to do this every time before stream starts so that people know, hey, you know, I appreciate any financial contributions you guys give to me. I really, truly do mean that. So I want to thank Rasby for their recent $20 donation. That means a lot. I thank you, good sir. Donations really come in handy. That's 2 bank fees that I get to clear out. Then we don't have any current subscribers, but I do want to thank Mr. Rowan Darcy for their past Prime subscription, and I hope those benefits were extremely valuable to you while you were able to obtain them. I think that'll be about it. Let's go ahead and switch scenes and get this stuff started. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully well. Hopefully well. I'm doing all right. I just came from Reaver of Bones stream. Let me give him a shout out too while I'm here. Oh, I messed up the letter, kind of. I'm about to sneeze. Hang on. Okay, sneeze did not come. Sadness. Sag, however you want to say it. Anyway, Reaver Bone plays all kinds of stuff. Except Souls-likes. That's kind of the distinct, and I guess maybe I don't play horror stuff, whereas I think he does sometimes. His tastes and mine are distinct enough that I can at least say that Souls-likes and Soulsborne titles are not his cup of tea. They're mine. Welcome, welcome. My shirt almost looks white, doesn't it? It's pink, it's not white. Hang on, let me try to color correct the camera, because that's not right. Where is it? It is right here. It's pink when you look at it close up. I don't know. Does it look pink? Let me put in a color correction. Maybe saturate things about 15% additional saturation. Nah, maybe like 25 saturation. There. That should work. It could be the lighting too. I have the lighting pointing away from the webcam, but still bounced toward the ceiling so that it's not dark in here. It's also only 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, more or less. So, you know, it's not really that dark out yet. We're gonna tell when it starts getting to 9 or 10 o'clock at night just how dark it is. But welcome to Lies of P. For those who don't know what Lies of P is, it is a Souls-like, heavily inspired by the tale, The Adventures of Pinocchio. I'm going to demonstrate a command for that right now, because I do have some information for you. So, I have taken the time to put together some commands I think you guys might be interested in. Now, this one here that I have called Carlo, that is on a 1-minute cooldown because it's a giant wall of text. You may read that at your leisure or not, but essentially The Tales of Pinocchio was the original novel published by Carlo Lorenzini, or Carlo Collodi, if you know him by that name, in 1881. But he was also a satirical journalist who used works like Giannettino and Minuzzo. Wow. Normally, see, we have pizza, so It's got a ZT sound to it. Minuzzolo. Okay, there we go. It just took me a second. I did used to study Italian back in the day, so I know some things. Not everything, and I don't know really how to speak it. I know more how to read it. That's really about it. Read some of it anyway. I'd have to get back into practicing if I wanted to be able to really truly read and write it. But essentially, Carlo Lorenzini was a man who, with his satirical works, chose to talk about unification of Italy during that time, because it was quite a politically fractured country, and he did so through the guise of children's characters. That was like the thing to do if you did not want, the government sniffing too close to what you were trying to say. You made it satire. Although, even then, making something satirical is not a guarantee that nothing bad will happen to you. Sometimes people can read through the satire. In fact, the government typically hires people whose sole job it is to function and manage PR, and that means being aware of what people are writing and saying about you. And those people are very good at reading between lines. On average. You can always hire a simpleton or someone who's a little dense, and then, your PR department, or your PR is going to look bad because your PR rep didn't do their homework. And you could tell when the PR reps aren't doing their homework. But that's kind of their job, is to sniff out satire and challenge them to say what the satire is trying to allude to. Carlo Collodi Carlo Lorenzini was very good at his work. Man lived to be like 80 something. Anyway, we're getting off track. I could talk about Carlo Collodi for quite a bit. You guys wanted to know what happened in the last episode of Lies of P. In Lies of P, in Lies of P, last time we defeated the swamp monster that devoured puppets. Then we went and got a request from Belle to go find her partner Atkins. We also learned that Alidoro tricked us into killing the swamp monster. He didn't really trick us so much as he just said nothing and then swooped in after the fact to, ham up some story about how he couldn't rescue someone or how he couldn't grab something that the swamp monster was guarding. We also killed the owl doctor, who was psychotically deranged, and we learned later that he was the man who procured a shelter for the actress, or opera singer Adelina, whose corpse we unfortunately found at the Estelle Opera House when I missed the trigger for the quest. We could have seen her alive if I had explored a bit more thoroughly before fighting and defeating Romeo. The trigger for that quest to get to close is defeating Romeo. Then outside of that, we started exploring the Krat Central Station after the alchemists attacked it. And now there are corrupted puppets everywhere, with ergo around without temptation. I don't know. I couldn't figure out the way to word that very well. So, first things first, we're gonna harvest our gold coin fruits. You guys will have to let me know how the audio is. Hopefully you guys can pick it up. It becomes a little bit harder in Souls-likes to do any kind of audio testing when all you're left with is ambient music and not anything else. Why am I walking this way? We don't have any quartz, do we? No, we don't. And also it would have been here, not there. No, we need to collect gold coin fruit for a number of things. I don't know if we need 20 though, for what'll be coming up soon. Not immediately right this second. For those of you on YouTube, you'll know there's a boss coming up. And of course, I have now just given Twitch the clue as to what might be happening next. So we have 21 gold coin fruits, and that means we can get quite a few wish cubes.
Stalker, please.
Let's grab 5. And then we still have 6 left over, which should be fine for our purposes. Additionally, we can give this thing a booster, among other things we can do here at this tree. By the way, for those who don't know, it's been explained in the story, so I can talk about it. This thing is a woman. This thing was a listener, a former listener who could hear the ergo waves and could be in tune with people's memories and personalities. The things that we now know ergo to be. It's this animated force of time and personality suffused into one. And the alchemists turned a woman into this tree, and her tears are the gold coin fruits that we pick up. Tragic, isn't it? Yeah, there's some dark, twisted shit in here. Absolutely dark and twisted. This is a very dark retelling and retooling of the Adventures of Pinocchio storyline, which the original book was quite grim about, especially if you just read the archived translated text in English. You can Google that and you can find it, but the stuff that was talked about was brutal. Pinocchio, the character, literally lost his legs after being like burned on fire, like working for, was it Mangiafuoco? That's about the only spoiler I'll give, and I don't really know the story all that well to be giving spoilers, so it may not even be correct. But if you want to know more about that book, you can type in TAOP. That's all lowercase, all one word, TAOP, in the chat. For those of you on YouTube, the same commands, albeit shorter and less descript, are available as well. You just use an asterisk instead of an exclamation mark, and that's how you'll access them.
Whatever choice you make.
Oh, I wonder if I could show this. We watched a cutscene where he played piano for Miss Antonia, but I wonder if we could just do it for free now.
People have no thanks for keeping.
We sure can. Aw, she's not reacting to it anymore. That's fine. She was motioning her arms in the wheelchair, which was really sweet. We played the piano right after talking to her about her recovery. Yeah, look. I mean, oh no, I thought it was gone. There's still a patch of skin right there. But it looks to have receded a little bit, which is good. Yeah, it's receded somewhat. Cool. Neat details that you don't get to witness until later. Sometimes you miss the opportunity to witness such details. We certainly don't want to miss it like we did with Adelina. Now, we got the lobby to go to because I'm fairly sure there is an old friend waiting for us. Oh, she was an actress. She was not an opera singer. She was an actress. Oh, well, it's nice to have the game confirm these things for you sometimes. But we're going to get it off that lore bit now. before it spoils people unnecessarily, myself included. Now, this is a first-time playthrough of Lies of P, but unfortunately, just due to the Let's Play structure that I've put together, and also because of the nature of having to make thumbnails in advance for YouTube streams, I kind of have to spoil myself a little bit on the game every single time I make a thumbnail. Because I'm double checking to make sure that, yeah, this thumbnail is going to be accurate for what we're doing in the stream. Not only is the thumbnail accurate, but it isn't so accurate as to spoil the game. And also I have to make sure that I'm putting a thumbnail of something that's even remotely close to what we're doing. Not even just accurate, but I couldn't come up with one in episode 10, so I literally made a starry background with 3 colored question marks and an alchemist symbol in it because I was unsure what to do with a thumbnail. It was kind of a double entendre of a thumbnail where it had a hidden meaning if you knew why I posted it. Hello. Oh, I thought that was a telephone. Oops. Trinity key, eh? So does that mean... I'm trying to remember how we walked around to get to this. This is closed. This is closed. Oh, right. The Trinity keys are not always in the place where there's a phone. That's right. Let's just walk in here. I've piddled around long enough. So if you guys will recall, this is actually the second time we've been here. That fountain up there, that's where the Stargazer would have been. Notice it got moved. Yeah, this is the Krot Central Station or Central Plaza in a completely different state than it was before. It's just absolutely nutty. And as for our build running through this game, I'll go ahead and mention it now. Our build is essentially an advanced build, or if you're Elden pilled like I am, it'll be an arcane build focused on status effects and stuff. Electric blitz, overheat, acid, or decay, excuse me. We don't have any other status effects we can use either, just those 3, and we only get 3 weapons for this build. Only 3. We don't even get other handles once we get the last one, and I think we've already gotten the last one. Hello. Yeah. Oh, we're dead. We are dead in the open, not in the opening area, thank God. We are technically dead in an opening area, just, you know, after it's changed some. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me and keeping me company. I greatly appreciate it. I'm doing my best in order to keep people entertained, but I know it's not easy. And especially when my personality is what it is. So I've got a question. Feel free to answer or don't. No pressure. Especially if you're lurking. Thank you to everybody who's lurking. I really appreciate it. And lurkers make up the backbone of any stream. Don't let any streamer tell you otherwise. If they do, you know, they're either jaded and cynical or... Okay, I am about to die before I've fought this guy again. They're either jaded and cynical, or they're too focused on, like, algorithmic and heuristic numbers, and not enough on the stuff that actually matters, that being the stream. The people in the stream, the audience. They're the important part. Would you like to get in line, Buster? All right then. Damn, annoying. By the way, for those that have been here before, but have not been here recently, we've got a new currency. I can't really demonstrate it because I have none, but I'm gonna type it in anyway. This is because I can just test the stuff without spending overtones anytime. But I came up with a new currency for soundboard called overtones. You get, I want to say it's 50 every 5 minutes. You can type in ! overtones to see your overtone number. Every audio redemption through overtones costs 50. So far, I have 7 soundboard redemptions, and I could put those into the chat now in quotes. I think I hear someone coming this way, so I'm gonna... Oh, no, he's just pacing back and forth. Let me see if I can't, like, do something. Hang on. So, here's the part where I'm gonna push the Discord until I get a command for this setup anyway, apart from how I normally push. I have the commands already put in on the Discord. There will be more. There will be more, trust me, because we're gonna have to play this game twice. Most of the commands have a cooldown of 5 seconds. One of them has 10. And that's just because it's a longer quote that I've put together or found from the game media and stripped out to my own benefit. But, yeah, I recommend joining the Discord so that you can see that stuff, and then you could just type that command in and you should get a redemption. I'd love to test it for you, but I'm not... Me testing it on my end is not the same as you putting in a command and testing it while I'm live. It's not quite the same thing. I wish it were. And I know that guy is on his way here. Okay. Well, that guy was a rough time. Now, has this changed? Welcome to the city of Krat. In honor of Valentinus, who erected the cornerstone of origin. Notice how this statue of Valentinus is toppled over? Yeah, that should tell you that this place has changed. So now there are parts of it. We were able to walk over here and grab an item before. We can't do that now. We're just gonna have to keep our eyes peeled for future miscreants. Oh, hello. These guys from the beginning of the game were quite rough. Is anyone up for body horror? What? But I broke... Oh. I hate when game devs do this. So, in the beginning, the game teaches you that if you posture break an enemy, they're vulnerable, they're stunned. And so, you could come and actually do a fatal attack on them. Well, you could still do that, but now the enemies have started, having retaliatory attacks for being stunned. So instead of being able to be stunned, now you have to worry about being retaliated at. Which really stinks. I get that's like the next evolution and all. I get that's the next evolution in you know, Souls-like technology or secret tech for game balancing, but like, come on. That gets annoying. I don't want to be thinking about backing away. Of course, I know it now, and I guess that's the sort of beauty of Souls-likes, is that as long as you know the rhythm and you know the terms, you can deal with the terms changing. It's just not fun when they do so. Yeah, see, like right there? Ah, okay, I get the gimmick. I get the gimmick. Although even Victor did that, where he would have some retaliatory attack, and then you could go and, like, do a fatal. The gimmick is that if there are two organisms acting together, one can cover for the other. Am I about to be proven a big fat liar by the game? Is that what's about to happen? We got ourselves a weapon just now. No. We were not about to be proven a liar. Coil Mjolnir head, a hammerhead modified by attaching Vanini's storage battery. Ergo functions as a conductor so that a strong electric shock causes it to release a current. I don't know whether Vanini is a genius or a fool for using an item like this as a mere storage battery. The operation of a technician named Descartes on Vanini's storage battery. Rene Descartes is the name of a mathematician, by the way, and so that was the reference they drew from this. Makes sense. He was a European mathematician after all. I want to say he was French, if I remember correctly, but don't quote me on that. I do not know my history. Not even history related to the math and sciences all that well. The hammer of a handle, altered by attaching the storage battery. It was made long and sturdy so it could withstand the hammer's impact. How could he use my storage battery on this horrifying thing? Is Descartes a fool or a genius? The opinion of Vanini on Descartes' hammer. And then we press Y to get to these. Okay, so we have Thunderstrike, a strong downward blow. See, when I'm thinking, when people say the word Mjolnir, I typically associate it with Thor, because that is the god of thunder in Norse mythology. And Mjolnir could conduct lightning and electricity around it, as though it were basically water. He could will it to be in the hammer. It's that powerful. When you cut down, lightning will deal electric blitz damage to the surrounding. I hate this. The game is clearly trying to push motivity or technique as builds. You really don't know what advance is supposed to mean in the grand scheme of things. I wish there were more advanced weapons. I would think that you would actually see some right toward the end. After attacking, your weapon is temporarily imbued with electric blitz. And then for the handle, Perfectly block the enemy's attack temporarily. Okay. So it's kind of like the one we have, except it's better. Sadness. Outside of just like the stat array of our build, which is mostly advanced and capacity focused for wearing heavy gear, we also are focused on what we call a depleted build with Legion as backup, meaning a lot of the quartz or P organ enhancements. Yes, laugh while you can at the word P organ. I promise it's funny. P organ enhancements come in a variety of flavors, and two of those are the ability to, like, periodically, or not periodically, to recharge charge cell or pulse cells when they're empty, and having our kills recharge our Legion points, which is that gauge on the bottom left next to our Legion arm, Pandemonium. Okay, so these things are capable of disruption. I probably don't want to be near those things any more than necessary. Disruption is kind of like Deathblight in Elden Ring, where Deathblight is an insta-kill. Hi. So if Deathblight is an insta-kill, Disruption is an insta-kill. You can use purification agents to remove any buildup, but unlike other statuses where you could remove the actual effect, with Disruption it's an auto-kill, an insta-kill. So you obviously can't do that. You're dead. A death's a death. All you can do is remove the buildup or resist it harder through an purification ampule before it occurs. And we don't have... And it's not the attribute resistance, it's the special resistance. It's specifically this stuff, which I get the feeling I should swap while we're here. Just deal with that. There's also plenty of decay to go around, though. Oh, I really get the meaning behind the meme about bosses holding Pinocchio's head back while they hit him a whole bunch, or while he tries to hit them a whole bunch. Why couldn't you corrupted puppets be more like your brethren, eh? You know, not actually attack me while you're stunned, or, like, posture broken. That would be nice, thanks. These were the mailmen and policemen puppets in the very first area. Now that we're revisiting it as the 9th area, it makes a lot of sense. We're starting to see petrification disease being run rampant in areas. Not only that, but the machinations of a man named Simon Manus are on public display here. This is his evolution. This is what he wants to happen, is for puppets to be corrupted and humans to be free of lies, to be unable to lie. As this game is nice. This game, like, distorts the virtues of the Adventures of Pinocchio, where in the Adventures of Pinocchio, this game, or the book, I'm sorry, the story sells the virtue of what happens when you lie. Bad things happen. Pinocchio's nose grew longer when he lied. It's a 100-year-old story, so I can spoil it. It's perfectly fine. Here, that I'm a little bit more careful about spoiling, here we need to tell lies to understand how to be human, because that's the truth. Humans lie to themselves, and we lie to each other all the time. It's called a white lie for a reason. We tell lots of them. That's the game's running trope, is to tell the truth all the time and have no care for someone's feelings makes you a puppet, a machine. Only by being considerate of feelings are you actually human, which I generally don't think is right, but there are some times where you can tell the truth and it seems fine, but for the most part, we be a lion boy. If we were actual legit puppet Pinocchio, like carved out of enchanted wood Pinocchio, our nose would be about the size of Mount Rushmore, I'm sure. At least as long as Mount Rushmore, anyway. And I'll make a note to mention here that if you're not familiar with the stream overlay, at the bottom middle of the screen is a little ending indicator I've put together, where it's basically your humanity stages in the game. When we reach 4, we unlock access to the other 2 endings in the game. And note that I've placed Geppetto, the character, on the right, and Sophia, the character, on the left, at the opposite ends. That indicates the character who is most or strongly associated with certain or specific endings. They're kind of like the benchmarks for what to consider as how human are you. And that's not to say Geppetto is an unfeeling machine, but you'll see what I mean later. You'll understand why I put him there. I guess we could also talk about Simon, but I don't really consider Simon to be on this chart anywhere. Okay, this one actually charges forward. There was one earlier that I was quite sure. Yeah, there was definitely one earlier that just spat out acid at you. Need to be careful because I know there are guys coming. And if you're wondering why I'm not talking during certain segments, it's because I don't want to die. I would kind of like in terms of like, if you guys are familiar with the Dark Souls series or the Soulsborne titles, there's a game that I sort of liken this to more than anything that it's inspired by, and that's Bloodborne. Yeah, I figured we were gonna die here. We were already out of pulse cells. That was gonna happen. We also need to change our pandemonium back to fulminous. That's the Legion arm on the bottom left-hand side of the game display. And we also need to try not to be fighting so many things. Let's switch the arms. I will switch to a spear and do what is necessary to get through this. That's what I've got to do. All right, we are... I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, we're resetting, and I'm going to equip a different medallion or a different amulet so that we're not wasting pulse cells while we're walking around. All right, let's try that again, but with 100% less failure, and where we, you know, don't get ambushed by things. As long as I can catch them on, as long as I can catch them patrolling around, it's fine. I'm trying so hard to... Okay. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. So I guess we're just gonna... Come here, you numpty. You better believe I'm going to be taking my time with these guys. Because every time we have to do one of these runs back, I guarantee it's not a fun trip for anybody. And the thing with two-handed weapons in Soulsborne titles or Souls-like titles is they have a lot of power, but damn are they slow. You really have to work hard at not... Okay, that guy's just gonna stand there. That's perfectly fine. You really gotta pick your moments with these types of weapons. I usually prefer one-handers in games like these. I'll show one in a second. This spear is one-handed. It's got the spear's moveset, but it's one-handed. This thing can have any kind of one-handed blade on it, but the handle itself is two-handed. I had a salamander dagger blade on this initially, and even though it was faster, it was still a one-handed weapon. We're gonna have to deal with these two. Can we? We can, but I don't know what good that'll do. Wait. Okay. Now, maybe we'll recover a little bit of health on the way to the next area. And I thought I saw an enemy drop in the distance, but that's just my eyes playing tricks on me. So, is anyone else familiar with this style or genre of game out of curiosity? Mostly so I can get a sense of my audience. Feel free to not answer if you're lurking, of course, or you just don't feel like bloody answering. I mean, that's totally fine. Do what you want to do in life. I'm a firm believer in that. I know we're all familiar with the social contract and everything, but social contracts are more for sociological power structures. Those break down when you're dealing with individuals, I think. And I'm not sure Jean-Pierre thought of that when he talked about what a social contract was. There definitely was not a large emphasis on mental health back then like there is now. I think I basically just have to drop a canister here and wait. See, we haven't used a pulse cell yet. We're already back up to half health. You know, we're taking our time and all, but we're at least up to half health. We're probably gonna have to spend some death ergo in just to, or spend our pulse cell in just a minute, which I'm gonna do right now. Oh my God. Oh, I managed a perfect, never mind. I don't know why I didn't just back off. I should have used Fable there. Yuck. I'm getting clowned on by trash, by in-game trash. And we haven't even made it to the corrupted, Parade Master yet. Yeah, I'll go ahead and spoil that a little bit. Because the first boss that was here was the Parade Master. In its uncorrupted original puppet form. So it would make sense if we fought the corrupted version instead. Because that's like the current gimmick. Like, there are logical reasons to think we might fight the corrupted puppet master here, but I just happen to know that's what the boss is. You know, talk about reading the thumbnail. You don't have to kill these. I do have to kill this one, and we're gonna have a tough time with the... I really should just let them swipe first. Inevitably, the more frustrating thing about Souls-like games is the metalogical pattern that exists is almost always in the form of hit me once, then run around for 5 minutes looking for an opening. Hit me once, run around, wait till an opening. Hit me once, you get the pattern. You don't spend very much time on offense, and even on trash, you know, just random mobs like this, you can be waiting like a minute to get your chance to attack. Come on. We've aggroed the big guy, but I'm gonna have to take care of you first. Nice. Nice. I pick a fight with a different guy, and you come this way. Of course you would. One. Okay, I don't get the... And that's the other thing. Enemy types that usually stagger in the beginning of the game, there's just a little bit more, you know, armor to them. You can't always stagger them. That's fine. How's everyone's life in other spheres of the world? How's work? Hope work's going okay for everybody, or has gone okay for everybody. It's almost been an hour, and it's at 8 p.m. at night. I can imagine that people are sitting down to dinner, or, you know, getting ready to punch in the takeout. Whichever part of the dinner gathering process you're in right now, I hope that is going smoothly for you. All right, let's try this again without dying this time. This guy is going to hear us coming up almost as soon as we get to the death ergo. try not to die to this guy. I'm not messing around here. Might be better to dodge rather than block this guy. I think you're done, buddy. Done and dusted. He says while probably getting his ass beat. Oh, this guy. Rough. I would love to hear what the bestiary refers to him as. Probably a hulking carcass, if I had to guess. All the enemies that have pustules in them are usually called carcasses. There are 3 enemy types: human, puppet, or carcass. And sometimes you have hybrids. Isn't this the Monad Charity House? I want to say this is the Monad Charity House centered from the front. No. It is... I actually can't tell what that is just from reading it. Bistro Krot. I want to say this is... It's a pub? It's got like 2 other businesses next to it though, so it's kind of hard to say what it is. I guess we'll be going in to find out, huh? Maybe after... Nope, can't even go up the stairs, mate. Can't even go up the stairs. Only place left is here, and I think this is a good place for a break as well. So where are we? The abandoned apartment. What? I thought we were gonna get a restaurant name here. Well, regardless, let's go to Hotel Krot and grab some coins. And maybe we'll actually spend some ergo on an alchemical booster. As I have no idea how many we need for what's about to come.
No matter what, serving welcome.
Oh, we can only get the plain ones. Boo. Okay, well, that's fine. Well, let's go grab the gold coins then. Can I just say how pretty this game is? I love every aspect of its design. It's nice to have a graphics card that can run this reasonably well. I don't have like a 4K graphics card, but I do have a 3060 NVIDIA graphics card, a GTX 3060, and it's powerful enough for what I need it for. And saving up for a graphics card would be a monumental, absolutely Herculean task. I'm not even sure my gaming computer would be able to handle the power usage anyway.
Whatever choice you make.
Okay, let's level some in advance. I think I am through with capacity. I have what we need. We've got the weight I think we want to have. If it turns out that we get heavier gear, because we are still wearing some arch and even some Belford pieces, If we get more Lotta stuff, I'll probably bump up the capacity 1 or 2 more points, but that'll be about it. Let's go get the second to last Legion arm. I'm sorry, the only Legion arm that's left. Deus Ex Machina. I want to say we've bought every Legion arm. Yep, Legion arm collector. We got an achievement. Yay! I'm gonna hope we don't need any more, you know, Legion calibers for puppet string.
I know my way around.
Yes, I would actually. Okay, we can't actually do this yet. That's fine. Do you have anything to say?
I always will.
I didn't even look.
I always.
Oh, we have 2 grindstones. Destruction and satisfaction. I think I like the Indomitable grindstone the most. I kind of favor defense in games like this anyways. Hence why I prefer one-handed weapons with good poking strategies. Anyway, it is break time. For those who've not been here before, we take 5-minute breaks here, and I generally run 90 seconds of ads on Twitch. Thanks to anyone again for sitting through those. I really, truly, greatly appreciate it. I don't blame you if the 1.5 minutes worth of ads is where you tune out. I probably would too, but it's the best way to protect against pre-roll. You'll never see an automated ad here. Every single ad I run, or not the ads themselves, but every single ad break we do is scripted. Except for bathroom breaks. But even then, I still manually run ads for those. I used to automate my ads, and I didn't like the audience that I had at the time suffering from those ads, so I try not to do that. If the result is, you know, worse stream heuristics for newcomers, so be it. That's what the networking is for anyway. That's how you get 90% of your, like, following is through networking these days. Anyway, I've battled on about heuristical things that nobody cares about. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, and I will see you after this commercial break. Thank you. I am sorry about that, folks. I expected to be gone 5 minutes, not 8. I ended up having to have a little bit of a chit-chat with my dad, so... that takes care of the 3 minutes that I was late. I apologize about that. Yeah, I don't live alone. I live with my folks. I'd like to live on my own eventually, but the U.S. house market and the fact that going rates for house sitting are not generally that high means that my prospects of living alone are not going to be happening anytime soon. Yeah, for those who don't know, I pet sit and house sit for a living. That's how I make my money. And I pay in a little bit on contributions, not bills, but food mainly. But I do apologize about that. I am back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their little bit of extended commercial break. Thank you guys so much for being here with me. I greatly appreciate it. I'll just do the lightest bit of shilling and then we can get right back to it. So, if you guys want to be part of a community, I've been trying to work up cultivation of one. You can join my Discord. I put it out earlier. I won't put out the link again because it should be the most recent chat that people can see in history. But if you look underneath my stream while you're watching, there should be an About Me section or a set of panels. One of those panels should say Discord on them. Feel free to click on that and you'll get access to mine. If you click on the one that says Ob10 Network, you'll get a different Discord. So, and of course, you're more than welcome to be there as well. Just tell them I sent you. And they'll get you squared up straight away. I have one person who joined the Ob10 Network Discord instead of mine, and maybe I should label my Discord with the actual name of the server instead of saying Discord on it. I don't know. But yeah, we've got a handful of members in here, and I've got lots of automation. Although only the freebie automation. I can't time any roles yet. I'd have to actually pay consistently for CarlBot to do this, and CarlBot only does this for paid users. Oof. Yep, that's about it. Join the Discord. If you're a content creator yourself and you do YouTube content, Kick, Trovo, you do any one of those three. There are some others, but that CarlBot will, or not CarlBot, but one of my other bots, hang on, Notify or Streamcord. There are a couple, but those are politically charged platforms. No, I'm not talking about Rumble. I promise you I'm not talking about that. It's other ones that I wasn't aware of that exist now. I won't name them, but I will tell you about the only people you'll want to watch on there are people like Carl Jobst, or Jobst, maybe is how you say that, or Moist Critical, or people like YouTube journalists, or drama YouTubers, people, stuff like that. I would only go to those platforms for that sort of thing. Otherwise, I would stick with mainly YouTube and Trovo, because Kick has dark money behind it, or gambling money, dark money. Not a fan, but I won't shame people for being on Kick either. So, I do permit Kick advertisements on my Discord. Just talk to me and I'll get those set up for you if you're a content creator. Otherwise, if you're on Twitch, no work necessary. It just gets posted to the correct channel. Other than that, if you like the content and hadn't considered doing so or hadn't done so already, please consider following and turning on the notifications on Twitch, or subscribing on YouTube and turning on the notifications for that. Make sure it's set to all if you don't want to miss the live streams. I do also have some long form content on YouTube, but I haven't worked on that in a hot minute. I'm waiting for the Elden Ring Reforged DLC to come out. I may just start over on those. I don't know. I'm in a weird position with that LP. We'll have to see. Anyway, back to the game, because I've shilled at you for an extra 2 minutes beyond what I was intending to. Okay, did we pick up any quartz? No, we picked up a half moonstone that we can't do anything about. Did we actually ever read these? I don't think we ever did. Yeah, okay, let's read these. I think we might have read Fulminus, but I'm gonna go through them anyway. Starting from Fulminus, I know he read Puppet String. Let's see. A legion arm that holds powerful electricity. It accumulates electric blitz and discharges an electric attack. Lightning has been interpreted as God's authority and fury since ancient times. True. Now God's fury descends to the earth and is being used to destroy steel monsters. A legion arm full of burning flames. When its muzzle is opened, it burns the enemies before you. Flame inflicts more pain. Flames inflict. I scrambled an S there. More pain on those with blue blood. This may be because it makes them remember when they were once human. Deus Ex Machina. A legion arm that can install a motion-sensing landmine. When the landmine is buried in the ground, it explodes upon enemy detection. Originally, this explosive device was created to blast bedrock. Once used by laborer puppets, it has been repurposed as a butcher of puppet armors. Pandemonium. A legion arm that fires a sticky acidic substance. It corrodes enemies that step into the wide pool of acid it creates. A legion arm that collects corpses. I was about to say corpuses, and I was being like, what? Sometimes my mouth just makes up words on the spot. Let's try again. A legion arm that collects corpses to extract their acidic body fluid. It is not yet known why bodies corrupted by ergo produce this corrosive substance. It's probably got something to do with the interaction between crowd and that's the mineral that stores ergo and ergo spores. Aegis. A legion arm that can block enemy attacks with your left arm. When it receives a blow, the embedded device explodes. It deals damage to the enemy. This is your one and only block, friends. If you ever need it, this is the legion arm to use in this game. Pulse cells were invented with the idea of converting external impact into accumulated energy. The Aegis is the workshop union's creation that explored this principle most aggressively. And finally, Falcon Eyes, a legion arm that fires armor-piercing shells from a distance. The launched shells explode soon after they land, a drill-style bombshell designed to effectively pierce sturdy puppet armor. Human bodies were unable to withstand the recoil. Yeah, this basically shoots sticky grenades, is what it does. Yay! We've read the Legion Arms. I am going for 100%. I should be writing that in the tags or something, but we are going for a complete playthrough, and that means reading all the text, all the descriptions, reading all the dialogue choices that don't have voiceovers, things like that. Because I want people to be able to hear every word that is spoken and every word that isn't spoken, especially every word that isn't spoken. Let's go to the abandoned apartment. We don't really have anything else to do right now besides that. I never did return with my drink, so I might have to dip away just a moment to go do that. And if I do, I'll probably play an ad for that, which would be about 30 seconds tops. If I ever have to step away for something, like the bathroom, I will play like 30 seconds of ads, and only 30 seconds. Like I said, every ad that is played is intentional and scripted and length and snipped to an appropriate length. I don't run 3 minutes of ads every hour. I used to do that, and the results were predictable, excuse me.
I don't suppose you'd like to buy anything? Sorry, I've been on my own so long, my sales pitch is a little rusty. Hard to engage in trade when you're fleeing from monsters. Even if the abnormal has become normal, the living must live. Buy something, and you'll help both of us.
Sure, friend.
Just when you think things are getting better, eh? The other day, someone killed the King of Puppets on Rosa Isabel Street. Since the king caused the puppet frenzy, I thought we were saved. Turns out that without the puppets, the monster population grew. Sometimes the light at the end of the tunnel is the front of an oncoming train. I guess it's just Prot's time to meet its doom.
I have to get that on a soundboard sometime. Sometimes the light at the end of the tunnel is the front of an oncoming train, turning the statement of hope on its head into one of despair. Okay, so we're gonna grab the Lotta equipment. A high-performance appendage developed by Lotta, the renowned frame company. It has once again lived up to its reputation as a maker of reliable products. Lotta is considered the heaviest gear on Earth. And we'll need to buy... What else will we need to buy? So we need 4,000 for the Legion caliber, another 3,500 for the shovel blade, which I'll go ahead and read now. A military shovel blade made by Vanini Company. The shovel head was sharpened to a fine edge, so it no longer wants to be used as a tool. If you don't have a weapon to kill puppets with, use a shovel if you have to. Stalkers follow the orders of their incompetent commander. However, the attack was not on their enemy, but on him. Oh, so the stalkers mutinied against whoever was in charge before? A military shovel handle made by Vanini Company. It was made to be foldable so it can be easily transported even during long marches. If you ask what gets on the military shovel most often, an innocent person would answer, dirt. A person who understands reality would answer, human blood. Let's grab the stabilized alchemical booster. Fairy Tale of the Three Brothers of the Workshop Tower. The first part is torn off. Okay, so we're getting an in media res treatment here. Thus, there lived in Krot a technician who made the friendly three puppet brothers, an alchemist who breathed life into the puppets, and a stalker who rectified puppets gone wrong. The three brothers built the craftsman's workshop tower and made phenomenal puppets. This kind of sounds like they're telling a story about the founders of Krot. Almost. The puppets seemed as if they're alive. The good ones helped the people of Krot and worked hard, danced, and sang songs. The people were extremely glad and everyone was happy. They said it's all thanks to the three brothers. The three good brothers lived happily ever after, but note that it doesn't say the people lived happily ever after. Makes you think, doesn't it? Well, damn. You really get a sense of just how beyond repair Krot is. Collapsing Krot, what a name. So now we're going to be delving into the underbelly of Krot to figure out what the hell is going on here.
Whoa. This used to be the workshop's transportation base, close to Krot's central station. Maybe that's why the puppets were so hell-bent on attacking the place during the frenzy. But I didn't see it myself. I didn't know the scale of it all. So let's add that earthquake to our list of strange and bizarre happenings in Krot and we'll keep moving.
Yeah, for those who didn't know who talked just now, that's Gemini. Or you might know of him as Jiminy Cricket from the Disney adaptation. Fun fact, that Cricket's original name is not Jiminy. It doesn't have a name. It is just a talking cricket. In the Disney adaptation, Jiminy Cricket never dies. In the original story, Well, the talking cricket did kind of act like Pinocchio's conscience in some respects. He only does it twice. The first time, the talking cricket warned about being lazy and mischievous, or disobedient. And what did Pinocchio do? He threw a hammer at it and killed the talking cricket. And then later, the ghost of that same talking cricket came back and warned Pinocchio about something else. I forget what that was, but Pinocchio just ignored him. It was before the point where he was considered a redeemed soul in the book, which again I highly recommend going to check out. Want to be careful because there's more disruption there. I'm going to do a demonstration of that command now. Yep, I put a link to the Amazon page containing the book. If you want to buy an English translated copy of the book that has like cool extras in it, I highly recommend that one. I hear it's really good. I want to be careful about reading things in foreign or unknown territory. So we're gonna just step back a little bit and go do that. And we also have to equip those new things and see how heavy we are. So we're looking for, that's the book. Here's the letter, Lover's Letter. Ooh, this one has a nice name in it. To my beloved Gideon, the world is dying. I hear news of the epidemic dozens of times a day. If on top of this, I am not able to see you, I may suffocate and die. I'll wait for you at the sign tonight as usual. Don't be late, my love. That's my Carlbot's name, by the way. I named him Senator Gideon after Gideon Ofnir the All-Knowing, a supporting character and one of the main bosses in Elden Ring. He is, well, let's put it this way. Gideon Ofnir is not a very nice guy. So Senator Gideon kind of serves all the functions that I would otherwise have to service myself. I can say things in the guise of Sir Gideon or Senator Gideon and be fine. We're dead. Just immediately. Let's go collect our death ergo, shall we? I hope everybody is enjoying the gameplay. And I hope the commentary as well, but there's really only so much commentary I can make without devolving into either talking about inane things no one cares about, or else talking about the game consistently, and both those things are boorish. And I am no Jacksepticeye. I'm not... Hello, this guy just broke, like... He poise broke me completely. Yay, I love getting poise broken. No, you end today, good sir. Anything over here? No? Well, alright then. Just gotta be careful not to die. One of the nice things about a Soulsborne title is, generally speaking, unless it's an ARPG, you know, like Elden Ring, at the very least you kind of know everything is going to point you toward one location or another unless you know it's a hub world of some kind. And this ain't a hub world. Okay, let's swap over the defense part. Cool. I think we have the best physical protection money can buy. We have anything. Essentially, we just need a lot of fibers, and we'll be set. We may need one more point in capacity to let us do that stuff. Capacity roughly translates to the endurance stat in Elden Ring. Endurance lets you carry more gear. It increases your weight capacity. Capacity literally does the same thing here. Oh, if you guys see the lantern turning red, that means we have a dimensional butterfly somewhere nearby. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna walk across. We're going to quickly take care of these disruption crystals. I am not sure what to expect out of this. It's either on that ledge or it's like over toward where the enemy is. Let's check the ledge. Okay, so it is definitely over there-ish. I'm sorry, who invited you? Who invited you? That's right, go back to what you were doing. Okay, so there are a couple ways we can go. One of them is going to take us toward Hotel Krat, and the other one is not going to do any such thing. I want to say this is the correct path to choose, however. Come on. Nice. Thank goodness there were no, tentacles coming out for an attack. And I essentially need multiple heavy attacks to stagger things. Not a fun pastime, but I'm fine with it. You learn to deal with the annoyances that Souls-like titles bring on sometimes. And that includes things just getting beefier and beefier for no reason. Someone notice me? No? There's no senpais hanging around. I can guarantee you that. Oh, okay. I knew a sneeze was coming. I could feel it, but I wanted to make sure it didn't, like sneeze your ears out. So these are like golden ergo crystals. Or maybe this is crowd. You know what? I'm willing to bet these gold crystals are crowd. Why do I say this? Because we know that... I shouldn't say we know. I know from, playing the game over the course of the time, but it's also... We've also talked about it in episodes. There's a note that explains that crowd, K-R-O-U-D, is a mineral that siphons out ergo. It absorbs it. And P organs are ergo hearts. They use ergo to power their functions. So, and disruption is an instant kill. So what happens, perhaps, is the connection between our ergo is not only being siphoned away from our P organ, but it's also disrupting the electromagnetic connection that ergo has with our P heart, and therefore we die when it's disrupted too much. That's personally what I think. They say when crystals appear from the ground, it's a sign of the end days. It's the end. We're all going to die. Everyone's going to die. Oh, damn. I mean, okay, I say damn, but honestly, that's just being playful. Look at this place. Just look at how collapsed it is. I wouldn't blame people for thinking the end times are gonna come. Like, unless we need people for an urgent situation, nah, fam, you good to panic. This is the time to panic, because you got to be able to feel your emotions sometimes. Okay, so now I have a tough time telling if I'm supposed to go this way or that way. Let's go this way, because the path brings us to a chest and then we have to jump down. Let's head this way. Oh, did we aggro something? We aggroed something, ladies and gentlemen. Stop attacking. Just go get some rest. I pity the poor souls that were turned into disruption shock troops. I really do. Because all these carcasses were people that became infected, probably by the petrification disease, and those that get cured get turned into the ones that survive get turned into like mindless drones, incapable of telling lies, while the rest are what we see here. They're all failures. Let's pop one of these, because I get the feeling we're gonna need it. Weren't we? Oh, we're on the back side of this. Okay. See, the nice thing about Soulsborne or Souls-like titles is you could get a really good sense of what the map looks like. You kind of know where all the twists and turns are once you've played through it a few times. I could never really forget how to navigate Hades Tower of Flame in Dark Souls 2 as a good example. There are a few things you have to do first before you're allowed to access the optional bosses. But once you do those things, well, monkey be your uncle, you get an optional boss and a faction that you could totally skip. I'll have to play Scholar of the First Sin sometime for you guys. You know, maybe if we... I have some other Souls-likes in mind, but I might actually put on a Soulsborne for you guys if we still don't have access to a DLC compatibility patch from Reforged. Yeah, for those who don't know my main line of content, I'm normally a challenge runner for Elden Ring Reforged, an overhaul mod of Elden Ring made by Team Reforged. Okay. Are we going to be wrapping back around? Let's try to take a look here. Yeah, you can see enemies up there. I almost want to say we'll be wrapping around to that area from above somewhere else. What was I saying? Right, it's this way. It's essentially an overhaul mod, and Team Reforged does excellent work. They only have that one mod to speak of, but imagine if another Soulsborne title gets released, another FromSoft title gets released, then you know, I can only imagine that they'll be working on that as well and coming up with another great overhaul mod for it. It's Reforged is spearheaded by a mod author named Kernifer. It's their only work. It's their magnum opus. It's probably the best work on any FromSoft title I've seen so far. And there are over 23,000 individual changes, 10,000 of which are decluttering of the base game, like removing unnecessary objects, repositioning blades of grass to be in the environment instead of underneath it, cough cough Fallout 4, and all kinds of other stuff, new bosses, new spells. Feel free to Google that if you want to know more information. You can just type in Elden Ring Reforged and you should get your search results. You'll either get pointed to the Nexus Mods page, or you'll get pointed to the wiki page, or you might even get pointed to the Discord. Okay, so what did we get here? Nothing? There was nothing. So many nothings just happened. Yay. Okay, and this is where we could kind of like loop back around if we wanted to. Alright, the game's kind of reminding us that this is still a linear title. We only have one place to go, and it's here. Damn, dude. You attack so quick. Stop. Okay. So we have a new mini-boss to conquer. At least we have shortcuts. Or rather, really, it's not so much we have a shortcut as we've ruled out places we don't have to go back to. That's really what we've done. We haven't unlocked a single shortcut. We just know where not to go now. Okay, no, I take that back. We did unlock one shortcut, but only the one, and not anything else. It's this one right here. I want to get my defenses ready. Okay, there are going to be 3 more. I'm not gonna let you bully me out that easily. Never mind. I should just keep my mouth shut when I'm fighting these. Damn. So annoying. Welcome to Soulsborne, or I keep saying Soulsborne because it's just easier, but it's not a Soulsborne title. That would mean it's a FromSoft title. It's a Souls-like. Words matter, people. They matter. We should always do our best to use the right words, because everything has a right name for the right reasons at all the right times. And while admittedly, English is a growing and evolving language, until people, I really have got to just give any kind of offense up, because these guys have too much ability to withstand the stagger. I should just be defensive, just literally kind of like my MO in Souls games, at least until I get a really good build going. This is not a really good build. This is what Steven/Coin wants to do. I get the feeling Motivity is like the preferred build, and it's something that... Damn! I get the feeling it's something the devs pushed really hard. I've always said, and I'll continue to say this because it's true, games are a reflection of the people who make them. No matter how balanced or filtered the impression of the game is, if the devs prefer something, it's gonna show up and be something that's pushed in the game. And I'll use this with Elden Ring Reforged. Kernifer, I've already said, is the lead dev for Reforged. Kernifer plays Elden Ring on mouse and keyboard. He is, I've been told he is very good at that type of thing. He is very in tune. Give me 1 second. He's very in tune with the controls in a way that no one else is, or that very few people are. And all the mechanics in Elden Ring Reforged reflect this. Perfect deflections, perfect casting, perfect attacking, where you have like a rhythmic press you can do to increase the attack speed, or reduce FP costs, things like that. You're rewarded for timing things just right. That's harder to do on a controller. Not gonna lie. It's hard to do. Or ducking under something as opposed to just rolling, even if it would be more accurate if you ducked the attack instead. Man, these super carcass enemies are the ones that don't play by the rules. Stop! This is the one I want to, oh, never mind. Nope, just keep your mouth shut, Steven. keep your mouth shut. Arch extra heavyweight frame. Oh, man, that guy was rough. Oh, I thought Lotta was the best stuff. Arch is the best stuff? Okay. Wait. Physical damage reduction rate up by 4 points. A new product developed by Arch, the Ironworks factory. It was made with increased durability rather than weight reduction in mind. I guess we're going to be needing a couple of points in capacity then. I'd like to be able to sub out amulets. I can't do that if, you know, with the suboptimal ones we have now, all, like, nearly put us overweight. That's kind of a problem. Let's go ahead and sharpen up. Yeah, there's weapon durability in this game, and your weapons can break, and you have to take them to Eugenie to repair them. She's the only one who can do that. So you want to do everything you can to avoid that fate, if at all possible. Anything here? No. Oh, so we're heading to the workshop tower, eh? Let's go to Hotel Krot. Also, we have the merchant we can buy things from. Let's not forget that either. And we need 6 or 6.5K for that.
Whatever choice you make.
Actually, we can't level up yet. 700. We might be able to level up if we sell all these. I was just making sure we didn't have anything new happen here.
I know my way around.
No, we're good. Let's see. There's also a cat that makes its rounds around here. I'd like to find it before continuing. Also, let's change our costume, as that's something I've been wanting to do for a little bit now. It's not really the one I want to wear. Let's try... let's go for this. That's like the picturesque thing right now.
A great weapon called...
I bet it does. Yeah, we also have to collect all the other, boss or rare ergo equipments that we would normally, that we would pass up on by having to turn in for only one of the 2 rewards at a time. So we have to play the game twice for at least that reason. Might as well pick up that while we're here. Do we have a booster? We do have a booster. Cool. Oh, also, I've been forgetting to put on the cube. Oh, let's do that.
Stalker.
There, I'd like to keep at least 10 gold coin fruits. We could have purchased another wish stone, but think of wish stones like life gems. That's the best way I know to describe them. They're like life gems. They're temporary, but you have to purchase them, and they're a finite amount. When you can exhaust the game, like these are not finite, but it does take time to get them. You can actually run out of life stones forever. in Dark Souls 2 because of the enemy respawn limit. Now in Scholar of the First Sin, I want to say that's gone, but we want to go to the abandoned apartment because that's where that merchant was. And then we'll move right back to the other Stargazer. We just want to grab the weapons real quick. And the other thing. Not just the weapon, but the other thing. I would say we probably have, barring any, like, boss attempts, maybe something like 4 episodes left before the New Game Plus playthrough starts.
Buy something, and it'll help.
You got it, my friend. We're the Legion thing. That's what I wanted to buy. Legion caliber and the military shovel. That's it. Now that we have those. And of course, I know this game has New Game Plus features. It's not just repeat the game over again, but you keep everything. There's actually new upgrades on top of everything you've gotten so far. Because the entire game is scaled to New Game Plus and not just, oh, well, everything still has an upper and lower limit. If you thought the new game was hard, wait until you see New Game Plus. I hear that's a freaking nightmare. And I will definitely be getting a drink on the next break. And on the next break, which occurs in about 6 minutes from now, unless something happens, I will be doing the major shilling. That includes stuff like Twitch subscriptions, other forms of financial contribution. Of course, that is never required here, but I just wanted to prime us for what will be happening in about 10 minutes time from now, unless something changes. Okay, let's meander around here. Okay, here's a shortcut that goes back to the Stargazer. Cool. So let's go into the workshop tower. Hello. Come on this way. So these are the alchemists here. You can tell because of the fancy equipment that they're wearing. And the test tubes and everything. Not test tubes, vats. Test vats. Oh, I could just bully you. Okay. Hot. That's the real power of a Legion arm, baby. I really should be using this thing more often. It just kind of sucks to use in boss fights, because it's such short range and you barely get the ability to fire it. Maybe this is what those Legion cartridges were for. Legion magazines, excuse me. Gotta be careful here. I do like that it interrupts them out of this. Oh, hello. I didn't think there would be a number 2. Big hulking brute. So now we know there's a second guy that hangs out right there. And getting in close combat with this one is not a good idea. Of course, let's hope we don't die and have to deal with that again. Hello. Their second one? I think there's one right there. Yeah, there's spatter behind me. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I don't know what that all was just now. Primer for workshop technicians. Subtitle. Do you want to become a workshop technician? You didn't need to have the subtitle. A primer for aspirants. That could have been your subtitle, my friend. No other city in the world today has been receiving more attention than Krot, the city of puppets. Ain't that the bloody truth? Back when the almighty Venini visited, it was still just a fishing village. It has undergone a brilliant change in the past 30 years, spurred by Krot's puppet industry. The puppets made in Krot's workshops are known for using new technology that is on a different level from their competitors. The workshop puppets are intricate like humans, and they perform their master's orders so naturally that people wonder if they have souls. Many competitors tried to replicate the workshop's special mechanical hearts, only to fail and prove the outstanding gap between their capabilities. The monopoly on the special power stone ergo and the skills to optimize its efficiency, those are what give Krot's workshop its edge. But the workshop's beginning wasn't always smooth. The workshop history began with one legendary craftsman, and his records are great manuals for the apprentices. The legendary craftsman G, whom every technician knows about. On the next page, we'll learn about his achievements. Omitted. Craftsman G, Geppetto, or maybe Giuseppe, which is Italian for Joseph, by the way, in case anyone didn't know their Italian names. Giuseppe is, if you could sort of like imagine it, if you remove the E sound off the end of the name, you probably don't even say it the way we say it. Giuseppe sounds weird, or sounds weird to us. But if you, I'm sure if you had the more natural Italian tongue, it would sound a lot closer to Joseph than you think. Or not that dissimilar from Joseph, I should say. That said, we're gonna take a break while we're here. And if we don't need this, we can swap back to the Hunter's Amulet and get some more ergo. We're gonna take a break. In fact, we're gonna go over here and take one. I know, I hate having to point people at walls, but trust me, it's better this way for everybody involved. You guys know the spiel. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time on Twitch. Thank you guys so very much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. And I will see you after this short 5-minute commercial break. Thank you. sorry about that, folks. I am back. I had to answer nature's call. That's code for going to the bathroom, so I do apologize for being a bit late. But I hope you will forgive me. At least on this, though it is your prerogative whether to do so or not. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. Before we continue, got that shilling to do, folks. First, again, if you like the content and hadn't considered doing so, you guys know the algorithmic stuff to do by now. It's the stuff that every content creator and entertainer says ever. I said it during the first hour, and I refuse to say it verbatim the second time. But you guys know what that stuff is. Now, onto the stuff I haven't said yet, and still stuff that every content creator and entertainer on this platform and so many others says, and I will say now, is financial contributions are never required, and of course, your presence here is more than enough. But, if you guys want or feel like being fanciful with your contributions and financially assisting me, I greatly appreciate it. Let me show you what that reward gets you. Let me go back to the starting soon panel for a minute. At the start of every stream, your name goes either in the donation section or it goes in the subscriber section, along with which tier you're at. This is my way of like thanking you repeatedly over the course of the month for your contributions. They rotate on a set schedule, but if I know that your subscription is happening right during the interval or you're donating during intervals, I will wait until I will wait for a month before I take your name off of those panels. Like, I manually have to go in and put in text for each contributor or subscriber that I have. I have the lovely little art program that is running right now that I can use to do that, called Krita. I can even change it on the fly if I'm given like 5 minutes to like place everything properly. But what else? Besides that, for those of you that are on Patreon or Coffee, that's mainly for you YouTube folks, along with joining the Discord. For those of you on YouTube, those are your great benefit equalizers. I recommend joining the Discord, and if you're going to pay for a rate on something, use the continuous the subscription tiers for that. And all your benefits are weighted out the same as if you had a Twitch subscription at the appropriate tier. As for you guys on Twitch, you have bits. And both of you guys on YouTube and Twitch have direct line donations, of course. There are tons of ways that you can financially contribute. Coffee does give me an alert in here, but Patreon does not, as far as I know. So if you're looking for a way to just like donate or contribute in silence without being called out, Patreon is your method for doing this. It's a quirk of having to use the Coffee bot. That's all I can say. Twitch subscriptions, best one is tier 1. It cuts out all your ads. It's $6. It used to be 5. It is 6 now. And a Twitch Prime or Prime Gaming sub will get you 99% of your perks, except for overtone rates, which I need to go and actually add that to the description of the panel, and cutting out the ads. As well as the collaborative benefits. If you're a content creator, a tier 1 subscription is your way to get me to be more pliant to your collaboration requests. Like, obviously, I'm not going to just refuse a collaboration request. That's stupid. But I'll be more likely to say, okay, give me some time to procure the game and I'll do it. I just need to actually make money first. Whereas, if not, I'm going to say, okay, let me look at what I have in my Steam library, or I can open up my consoles and see what we have there. But I'm really not willing to budge on what I'm able to purchase. It's got to be something I already own. A tier 1 subscription is your way to cut out a lot of those negotiations. A lot of them. Not all of them, but a lot of them. We obviously still have to schedule, but that comes a bit later. Okay, can we like drop down? I think we actually have to do that if we want that item. Wow, so now they're sending out like big titans at us. Okay. Cool. But yes, of course, like I said before, you do not need to financially contribute to be here, and you don't need to join the Discord. You don't need to do this or that. Your presence here is more than enough. Things like the Discord or emotes or, you know, collaborative benefits, all those things are extra. They are my way of trying to reward you for being part of our community in a way that a lot of people aren't willing or aren't capable of being at the moment. Because let's face it, in the grand sphere of geopolitical events, the economy sucks. Big time. You don't even have to be a US citizen for that. And I would still tell you the economy stinks. And some people don't have money to go throwing around on this or that. Got it. Message received. But if you do have money to spend, and you want to spend it here, I would very much appreciate it. And I will do my best to reward that pledge of money with the very best in perks that I can possibly pay for to give to you. It even includes multiplayer priority on games. That said, we have shilled enough, I think. And I don't usually, once I do this shilling, I do not do other shilling at any point later on. Let's use this amulet here. Our DPS is lower, sure, but we're going to be able to recover health, and that's kind of a big upside here. Now, question. What is going to await us on this side here? We also have the internals of the building. Methinks I would like to... Methinks... Okay, I think it just puts us back out here. So we're going to go on the bottom now and see what's on the middle tier, where we could drop down to and then climb back up away from. Yeah, real descriptive coin. Dropping down, like, down here. That's what I mean. No, never mind. It was literally just for this one item. I guess what we're gonna do then is go back to that stargazer so we can recharge and restore our Legion arm uses and everything, and then keep going. Hopefully we'll find Arlecchino somewhere in here. That's the king of riddles, for those who don't know. There's a big Trinity door we passed by earlier, and I am quite sure his next riddle will give us a Trinity key. Okay. Rough. Just gonna do my best to be careful walking through here. There's something up above, and I don't know what it is. How many of you, here's a random question. How many of you guys like ice cream? I got some in the, oh, hello. Just in case. Is that a grab? Okay, I'm trying to figure out if there's any kind of like grapple escapes like in Elden Ring, and I don't think there is. Damn, woman, calm down. Ma'am. I'm just gonna deal with the illusion. Okay, so she has like a retaliatory attack. Yeah, I don't have any ability to repair right now. I'm dead. Run. No, I can't run. But I can at least put myself here so that we're not wasting resources. No, I could have run. Okay. Okay. Mace is not a good weapon for this. We need to be using a spear. Bad weapon. We also probably want to be putting on... I don't know what kind of damage increase this is. As a break cartridge, we want disruption. No, that's... No, we want disruption, not... Okay, yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, but actually it doesn't much matter. Because a lot of stuff is just straight up better. Okay, let me think about belt items here. They're gonna be using acid quite a bit, so let's do it like this. Our mace is considerably stronger than our spear, so we're gonna be struggle bussing it for a little while, but we'll make do. Welcome to Souls Likes, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you get to sit and struggle for a while against a mini boss. I should have used a picture of this mini boss as the thumbnail. Alright, so we know that she has a second phase where she breaks up into an illusion. First time, kill the illusion. Second time, I'm not so sure. You're not going to be putting me away that easily, lady. Yes, she is. I should just shut up. Really? That shockwave goes that far? All right, lady, I got it. damn. All that for a Legion caliber. Anything back here? Yes, there's a book. Victor cannot be completed. May she become the owner of the truly complete elixir. Oh no. So Victor was Mark 1, and this lady was Mark 2. So for those who don't know, Victor died early on, and the alchemists brought him back for the display at the Grand Exhibition. At least that's how it was supposed to go down. But as it turns out, the puppet frenzy happened, and the petrification disease happened. And so Victor sort of became a completely devout tool of Simon Manus. That's really about the extent of what we know at the moment. I think we better get off this elevator or...
The hotel is under attack. Everyone's in danger. Head to the hotel and hurry.
Communication through ergo. An interesting parlor trick. Quite the performance, Papa Tocipessa. But your lies will be useless in the new world. The world of truth. But you are worth studying in the meantime.
What could it be? Come on, pal. No time to lose.
Come on, Gemini, couldn't you put 2 and 2 together this time? Simon Manus has orchestrated an attack on the hotel. And I think maybe he's threatening Sophia. Well, you know...
Oh no. Hey, so there's something horrible in front of the hotel. It might be worse than what we saw at the cathedral. Alright, tighten up your springs and let's go.
There will be no such tightening of any springs quite yet, Sir Gemini. We got something else we need to do first. Oh, hello, but we could talk to someone?
The Stargazer isn't transmitting. And I'm not sure why. This was a bust, pal. Let's get back to the hotel, quickly. You know, walking works. Let's walk.
And we can level up. I think I know what happened. Simon Manus attacked the hotel. He abducted Sophia. Sophia, thinking of us, transmitted her power to the Stargazers, or to me. I don't know which one. And so we're able to level up now for those reasons. Yeah, we're checking out this way first. We could accidentally be going the correct way. That is also possible, but...
Another fine day in the city of Krog. But I wonder, my friend, just where you've been? Ah. The king thinks this riddle might be quite a closer. It's all about seeing past the tip of your nose, sir. Observation. It's about observation. Just listen, kid. This one should be easy. You've seen enough of it. If your answer's wrong now, you're not going to love it. This blue flower has many ways to take root, but only on man does it ever bear fruit.
Root? Really? It's ergo.
Correct. Yeah, I think you get the charm behind these riddles now. Yes? Charm. What? You felt threatened? Well,
Just a little bit.
trust your feelings. A metaphor is a tool for hiding horrifying truths. It is a observation unique to humans. Now then, another question. Not a riddle, no rhymes. Just a question for you. Ergo does not appear out of thin air, so where did all those puppets get all that? Ergo. Ha! Yes! Always leave them laughing. That's what the king says. So, take this key, please. Then I say, off with yes. Till we meet again, I trust you'll remember I lead the club, true, but I'm also a member.
You so full of shit, Arlecchino. You're so far up your own ass, it's not funny. This guy has such a big, giant Edward Nigma complex, and it's Enigma, as in the Riddler, Enigma, not whatever people thought I might have heard. I just feel the need to clarify that, because otherwise, if I didn't take the time to fully pronounce that, while also speaking it normally, people might have thought I said a slur. There's no slur. I said no such slur. It is Nigma. Edward Nigma. The Riddler. That's who I'm referring to. I'm going to repeatedly emphasize this point until it is utterly clear, and it cannot be anything else. Yes, Arlecchino, much like the Riddler, also has a fantastic habit of leaving up these fantastic riddles through conversation and making us answer them. So far, we've gotten them all correct. So far. I might get them wrong on purpose in the future. We'll have to see. As the second playthrough will also kind of be closer to where Geppetto's sitting on that humanity meter indicator underneath. So we could go that way. We could go this way before. I'm really, really hoping that there isn't too much more past where Arlecchino was. So what, we walked up here, and then, yes, we went this way. There is where Arlecchino is. Come on. We knew you were here. Hopefully there's not another one of those freaks back there, but if I know this route, there's at least a couple more puppets. And I did apply the correct resistance ampule. We don't have to worry about that. Okay, and there's whatever's back here. Now, is this... I remember this looping back around in the original Area 1. Yep, it loops back around here. Good. I was afraid the architecture had changed too much.
The Stargazer, you know?
Right, we're kind of stuck here. Till we clear out the menace that is the Puppet Master. We killed him before, right? So methinks it's just as prudent for us to encounter him again, because the corruption can take a hold of dead puppets and make it work to their benefit, like the green swamp monster did. Okay, so here we can get rid of this. What do we want? Probably the carcass butcher. It's weird. I want to say this puts us in the slightly heavy category. And so does this. So if we downgrade defense, then, well, yeah, we're still heavy anyway. Yep, still heavy. So it's gotta be one of these other things. Or we could just accept being heavy and make sure to put some points back in capacity when we get the chance. Let's do that. Maybe let's also switch out the Legion arm while we're here. If you guys have any questions, you might want to ask me now, because once we start making attempts on the upcoming boss, while I don't have any problems talking between attempts, I'm generally not the type of guy that's able to carry a conversation while fighting a boss. That just doesn't happen. Okay, we can break apart these. You don't need them. Let's use Pandemonium here. This is it. This is like the final... It's not the final, but this is like the last 25% of the game. And then after that, we've just got cleanup to do. Yeah, you hit hard. Oh, as if this wasn't bad enough. We got ads now. That's fine. That's fine. We're losing too much weapon durability, and I don't really understand why. Are there like hidden ramifications of being slightly heavy? I'm thinking we might want to... Yes, we want the swordsmanship master's amulet here, just to kind of keep that under control. Because my God, I mean, if you're... Oh, I know why that was happening. It's because we were dealing with decay. That's exactly why. Is it just me? There's no specter allowed here. That's interesting. I guess it's because you weren't allowed a specter during the actual real puppet master fight. That's a nice touch. Albeit annoying. Not that I've used specters for beyond demonstration purposes. Yeah, that was a waste of resources. Wow, there's actually so much decay buildup, it's not funny. I'm wearing like the best resistance converter that money can buy. But I do think we probably want to swap it up to the strike converter, or the strike resistance rather than slash, because slash resistance is not that applicable here, not to a great degree anyway. All right, let's get to it. No time like the present. Dead. If I'm not dead, I'm very close to it. Functionally dead. Please tell me that's it. Oh, okay. Man, that was rough.
So what's happening now? Let's get back to the hotel and our friends.
I sure hope you see him the way I see him, Gemini. I would say a lot of them are friends. A lot more of them are not. Well, not a lot more of them. There's a couple in there I wouldn't really call friend. Alidoro isn't a friend. Belle, I wouldn't really call a friend. She's more like someone I helped. And same shtick with Geppetto. He's supposed to be Dad, my father. But, well, P's father, that is, in case anyone's listening. But I wouldn't really call him friend. And I certainly would like, struggle to call him family. Well, hold on. Let's check and see where everybody is. You can at least use the Vanini machine. Nothing. Oh, and the fact that there's a banner written in blood means that this was a Black Rabbit Brotherhood attack and not Simon. Simon may have been working in league with them. After all, we know that the Black Rabbit Brotherhood was doing deliveries for the alchemists. Where's our friend, Gyanjo? You're still here.
Mr. Stalker, it's you. I thought it was the intruders again. It's a relief you're safe. I was helpless, hiding the entire time. This is my first time coming back out. You surprised me, but make no mistake. You're always welcome here, Mr. Stalker. Let me know if there's anything you need. Stalker, please.
You have 21. This should replenish our supply of wish stones. At least some of the ones we used during the mini boss and the actual boss attempts. What about Geppetto? Oh, I can almost assuredly bet something happened to him.
Who's there? I'll never open this door. You might as well give up. Oh, it's you. Is it safe out there? Give me a sec. Okay, come in.
This is Geppetto's office.
I'm sorry, child. Geppetto has been kidnapped.
You're here. That's a relief. Being trapped somewhere. It's the worst. It's good to be free. Oh, sorry. I should be thanking you first. When you came in, you reminded me of the Hound. Probably because both of you saved my life. Thank you so much. You're here. It's good to me. You came in.
All right, hey friends. I'm going to talk to Sophia in just a second.
You have my personal thanks for saving Master Vanini, sir. Do look after him, won't you, sir? You have my personal look after.
Thank you for another timely rescue, compagno. I seem to find myself once again in your debt. I talk a big game, but when push comes to shove, I freeze. It'd be funny if it weren't so pathetic. Surely there must be something that only I, in all my genius, can contribute. But if there is not, then Vanini is here to help you in any way he can. Fear not. Thank you for another... Surely...
I'm sorry, child. Geppetto has been kidnapped. The alchemists planned the whole thing. All while we were hiding here. I certainly didn't expect an attack on the hotel. The possibility never crossed my mind. However, I think we can track them down.
Trying to talk to Polendina, but...
Behind it lies a passageway to their base. The hotel had an accommodation with the alchemists. Long ago. Play this chord on the piano in my room. It'll open the secret passageway, and you can save Geppetto.
Oh, I was trying to talk to everyone that was in here. Dang it. I talked to her accidentally. Means everyone went back to their workstations. Oh, well.
I never imagined the stalkers would dare attack the hotel. What's going on?
So I want to point out, they kidnapped Geppetto, right? I think I remember Geppetto saying something that he left the alchemists, or that he was associated with them at one point. I'm willing to suspect there's a huge personal struggle going on between Simon and Geppetto. These otherwise brilliant men. And we're getting to the heart of it.
It was a planned ambush. I'm afraid there's nothing we could have done about it. More than anything, I'm concerned about how it shocked Lady Antonia. All this mayhem is certainly going to affect her condition. No matter what fate serves, welcome.
Wait, is there new material in the supply box? Let's see. Polendina is sure to know their value. A supply box made by Krot City Hall for relief purposes. The herring, the symbol of the city, is engraved on the box's seal. And then we have a full moonstone as well. Oh, hang on. Full moonstone.
No matter what, they serving welcome.
It's at the shop goods.
This is a supply box, officially approved by the city of Krat. I shall open it and add it to the hotel shop.
Thank you for being such a faithful and reliable shopkeep.
Serving her welcome to...
What are you selling, my friend? Half moonstones? Okay, so we can upgrade stuff to +9. Got quartz, rusty cryptic vessel. I definitely want this. An encrypted storage device. Right, we already know this. The storage devices that hide secrets using encryptions were popular among the upper class. Naturally, the decoding devices targeting the rest of the population were also popular. Most have been destroyed. I want to say we already read that description. And we get the stabilized alchemical booster permanently. So I could, like, grind and grind and grind all I want and keep buying these boosters to get more gold coin fruit for other purposes. Wonderful.
You're here. It's good to be free. Oh, sorry. I should be thanking you first. When you came in, you reminded me of the Hound. Probably because both of you saved my life.
We've already heard that sentence.
Has disappeared. What if he disappeared while fighting those stalkers? Worst case scenario. Ugh. I shudder to think. There's already too much death in this city. I just want safety for everyone at the hotel, at least. That's why I should make sure you're well armed. If you need anything, just ask.
You got it.
You're here.
Can't talk to her, though. Oof. We just want to upgrade weapons. Let's make this baby a +10. That's it. No more upgrades. And then we've got the acidic crystal spear blade. And we can also purchase half moonstones to upgrade this other thing into a +9 if we really, really want it. And we might need it.
You have my pleasure to look after him, but at the house of Vanini, even...
Nothing? Nothing. Okay.
Thank you for another timely rescue, compagno. I seem to find myself once again in your debt. I talk a big game. Surely there must be... Ah, looks like you've dealt with the puppets menacing the hotel steps in your typically dashing style. That should give us more than enough readings to analyze. The King of Puppets used carefully measured ergo wavelengths to control other puppets. But that's just the means to an end. We still don't know if the frenzy arose by the King of Puppets, or if someone else is pulling the strings. No pun intended. I must find a way to prevent puppets from hurting any more humans. The tragedy of Arlecchino must remain a one-time performance. These records are like a puzzle wrapped in riddles. But I always did love puzzles. The light shines brightest in the darkest times, and you will be the first light. I am counting on you.
That is high praise from a friend. Thank you, Vanini.
I always welcome. Ah, thank you for coming. I was going a bit stir-crazy, as the poets say, cooped up in the hotel. Why don't I read the contents? I'm sick and tired of reading conversations between society's elite. Hide these, kill that, steal those. It's all the same. And the people who want them deciphered act as if it's the end of the world if they can't read them immediately. Tiresome. I am a simple, albeit brilliant man. Solving the code is what makes me happy. And with a friend at my side, what more is there to wish for? Perhaps sometimes I share too much. Thank you for listening. A little extra for you in there, my friend.
Vanini, you know, reading people's cryptic vessel contents is kind of like invading their privacy. That's not exactly a thing to gloat about. All right, the rusty cryptic vessel. Orders: find the cave blocked off by metal bars in the barren swamp. There's a reward at the end of the new road. There's a place called Hermit's Cave. An old man who went crazy after losing his family locked himself up in there to pray. It's strange to hear about this. It's strange in this age, Jesus, to hear about such a medieval sounding story in Krat, but one thing's clear: it's a good place to hide treasure. Let's forget about the crazy old man. Hide the stolen goods and take them back out once it quiets down. Who in their right mind would imagine there's treasure deep in a cave in the barren swamp? Once this panic is over, we'll be rich with the things we squirreled away. The kid's clothes seem like good quality too. Maybe that Wolf girl fixed them up. Wolf, eh? End of the new road. Maybe we can go talk to the rookie hunter now? We can also upgrade. There's so many things I want to do. We are going to take a break, but I want to do this first. I get the feeling we're going to be using a lot of acid from this point forward as well. I said that last time, but I really truly do mean it here. Let's go put in some quartz. I got 2 quartz, right? 2 quartz. That should give us access to the phase 5 slots. Well, Dad can't put us in the electric chair now, but we could just put ourselves in. It's fine. Let's see. What do we want here? Consumable effect duration? Oh, so this is wish stones. Let's do that. And then for the 4, natural recovery upon weapon attack, lower weapon durability consumption, we want this. Ooh, we want 2 Legion arms, but what else is there? More cube uses? Regain guard retain. Good God, what a... Increase staggerable window 2. And Legion arm slots 1. Oh, we can... Oh, our Legion build's gonna come together really good. But each of these requires 4 quartz. Oh, we'll have to think about what we want out of that. I wonder if this requires us to tell every lie in the game. And if so, were we missing anything with Adelina?
Apparently, I must remain in this room. I hope Geppetto is safe. Be careful out there, won't you? The hotel will always welcome you back.
Unless the Black Rabbit Brotherhood comes here again.
Apparently, I must be careful out there.
Okay, before we take a break, we should talk to Sophia. Sophia, excuse me. I keep calling her... I keep wanting to say Sophie instead of Sophia, but you get a harder F when the A is in there.
worried because I didn't hear from you. The stalkers have kidnapped Geppetto. It was the Fox, the Cat, and the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Simon has to be behind this. The stalkers must be getting information from the alchemists. That might be the only path to their base. Hurry.
Hey, we can still level up. Oh, no, that's just a function that's here. Okay. Well, it is break time. It is the very last break of the stream tonight. I do want to continue to thank everybody for being here. I greatly appreciate it. It means a lot, really. I like how the game is starting to kind of naturally come to its conclusions. When we come back, we are going to go back to Rookie Hunter Hugo and see if he's opened up that gateway yet. Maybe that'll explain that passage. And then we're going to go and check one more thing, and then we can keep going with the rest of the game. You guys know the spiel. 5 minutes and 90 seconds of ads. Thank you very much to YouTube and to Twitch once again, and to everyone here. Thank you for hanging out, and I'll see you after the commercial break. Thanks. I am back. Sorry about that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the commercial break. Thank you again for hanging out here with me. We got 45 minutes left to go. Let's finish these out strong, shall we? Let's start by doing a little bit of sleuthing. Oh, right. We can play the piano. That's right. And that's just what it's telling us to do. Let's not do that right now. Let's go back to the I'm sorry. Oh, there's a puppet. We have a gesture that we can use for the puppet. Okay. And then I guess we should pay attention to the indicator a bit more, huh?
Hello, my only friend. Being angry for someone else's sake, I think it's brave. I hope I find someone I can be brave for. Thank you so much. Hello, my only friend.
We taught them how to be happy, sad, angry, and there's like one more. It's not fear. It's although fear is another one. Fought that guy, then went into the hotel. Okay, so here we're gonna go back to the bridge and head back and see if Hugo unlocked the way forward or is willing to. Yes. Hello.
Oh, you're here. See? I told you I'd do it. No trace of Alidoro inside, though, and the Hermit's Cave itself is too deep for me. My next stop is the Relic of Trismegistus, one of Alidoro's favorite treasure-hunting grounds. I'm curious why he'd go back there time after time. Oh, maybe I'm getting the hang of this sort of work. See you later, treasure hunter.
Trismegistus? What? What?
I'm trying to track down Mr. Alidoro. We can catch up later.
Okay, Hugo. Good luck. Hope you find him. Let's not run over the obvious tripwire trap. Oh, we got so many ways we can go. Okay, actually, no, we really don't. Let's go back up and fall down. That's the thing about these linear games. Eventually, the paths converge at some point. It was true in Dark Souls 3, even though you had a lot of winding pathways you could go. Eventually, Here, it seems like it always just leads you back to a centralized point. Like, the branches are never terminal. Whereas in Dark Souls 3 and other FromSoft titles, the branches could be terminal. You could reach a point where you couldn't go any farther. You just had to go back to where the branches converged at and take a different direction. Here, it's not quite like that. I find that interesting. Shit. Oh. That gives me Dark Souls 1 vibes. Oh, the voices in Dark Souls 1 really were something. Not the NPC voice acting, that's fine. But, like the actual player voices that they used. Mwah, chef's kiss. Perfect. Nope, wrong direction. That is how we get to Krot Central Station. We are not interested in that. I really hope it's not one of those, we need every single drop of humanity, or like we need to do everything in order to be fully human. I'm gonna be mad if that's the case, and a simple... let's just see what this is. It's a trap that fired once. That's fine. I mean, that is death, ergo that is permanently gone, but that is fine. Okay, let's run off this way. Anything over here? No? Good. I hope everybody's enjoying the gameplay. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to make your experience more enjoyable, besides just talking with you. If there's any sort of audio or visual fixes I need to do, I will totally make that. Oh, I went over tripwire trap. Cool. I don't mind doing those. It might take me a second to do them, but I will do them. Oh, we fought one of these before. Man, you guys get so annoying. Alright, now we're gonna wait for that to just tick down. Why get close to one of these when you don't have to do it? That just makes more sense to me. We even get ergo for splitting them open. Like that. Is this it? This is it. Okay. Yet another example of the game forcing you down a linear pathway eventually, and you just don't know what the pathway is going to be. It's very good at doing that, I suppose, is what I'm trying to drive at here. It's very good at making you criss and cross and not really able to figure out the right way to go until it's quite possibly already too late. Okay, look around. Maybe go this way first. Just make sure there's nothing around, underneath, hanging off anything. All the prepositional phrases. Because that's how you indicate directions in English, is prepositions. Someone's report notes notebook. This place is contaminated too. There isn't much extra water left. The kind hermit helped me, but he knows he's not going to last much longer either. Terrible mutations from the side effects of the petrification disease neutralization process. Many people of Krat will turn into carcasses. Oh, well, the alchemist's monsters. Hang on. My friends are the only thing that come to mind in my final moments. Lumacchio is ill. Sophia is missing. Lorenzini lost hope. H is dead. And here I am, Medoro. H? We risked our lives and fought from each other. Fought from each post. I need to take my time and not rush. But sometimes there are no rewards. Still, some things are left. Something even power and lies can't hide. The truth. Someone will unearth the truth. Someone will unveil the lie. Taking the extra step forward for the people coming behind. I believe that was my role. I am Medoro the reporter. My weapon was my pen and the truth. Not my truth. The truth. Because there's only one truth, but there are infinite perspectives. Now I leave my records to you, who visit this place. From Medoro. That's personally how I feel. I hate it when people use the words, this is my truth. It's not your truth. You might feel like it is. You might feel like your perspective is valid, but that's not the same as the truth. The truth might be something a little bit more deep down and underneath and not quite so on the nose. I've come to hate those words when used in that way. It sullies what the truth means. Because the truth is supposed to be this objective thing, this immutable thing. If truth is subjective, then there is no such thing. There is only a lie. And not just any lie, but there is only the lies that people will believe versus the lies that people never believe for any reason, for any circumstance. And I realize that's kind of insulting to the people that tend to use this phrase, but please know, I'm not saying it to diminish what your truth is. What you shouldn't be any more or less valid because your perspective is different. Because truth is the ultimate metric. It is the metric. The truth says what is, not a perception of what is. It's the truth of what is. And it doesn't always agree with your perception. It doesn't agree with mine either all the time. Oh, it'd be nice if the truth agreed with my perceptions on everything. Then I'd be able to convince all the logicians out there that, you know, my perception of things is the same as the truth. Because it is the truth. But it's not. We're all human. None of us have a grasp on what truth is at all times. That's silly. But I digress. Talking about that, I'm sure, makes me look unhinged. Does that perhaps color your perceptions of me? Perhaps it does. But I never want it to be said that I want to be careful. Oh. I never want it to be said that I rely on flying under the radar in order to live life and to be able to talk to people. I never want that to be the case. I want people to know my feelings on things, my perceptions on things, because my perception isn't the truth. It's my perception, and it's just as valid as anyone else's. But it is never okay to diminish someone else's perception unless it would come at the cost of the truth. And what might that truth be? And I know the conservative folks that are out there. I'm just going to clear the air up about this right now. When you try to tell trans people that their truth isn't valid, and you say it's the truth, that is a distortion of what the truth is. That's your perception being conflated with the truth. Trans people's lives are valid. They are enough. They are enough for themselves. And they don't need to be enough for you. Period. End of subject. But, well, end of subject as far as that point is concerned anyway. Because that's what many of my conservative friends that I do have would say. And they would use that. Not that I have that many conservative friends in the first place. I'm perhaps being a little bit too... what's the word I'm looking for? I'm being a little bit too exaggerative. Too figurative. Because I do have friends that sit on that side of the fence. and they're normally good people and under most circumstances. But on this point, I have to challenge them, because when it comes to sex and gender, those things are not very simple. They're very complicated and don't always rely on genetics, or they don't always rely on chromosomes. It's more complicated than that. Gender dysphoria is a real condition. It is not something to be treated. It is not something to be cured. It is something you live with. Because to say otherwise would mean that trans people are a disease, and they're not. That's what I'm talking about. It's a distortion of that phrase. The truth is that sex and gender are not easy things to talk about, and we don't have it figured out, and hadn't had it figured out for thousands of years. The only reason that conservative people would make the argument that it's the truth is that they've never bothered to pick up a history book and read. Because none of us have the time to read through the history of the world at all times. We forget these things. We're supposed to. Hello. Black steel cutter blade and handle. Oh. It's an advanced blade. Awesome. A metal cutter blade made by Vanini Company. This superheater device made from compressed ergo crystal emits great heat, and it can even cut through hard armor with ease. Ergo, the fact that such an incredible mineral exists in Krat. So is ergo a mineral? Or was it being mistaken for a mineral? Is a blessing from God. But how is this ergo formed? From Lorenzini Vanini's notes. Oh, that's who Lorenzini is. They're talking about Vanini as a younger child. Black steel cutter handle. The handle of a metal cutter made by Vanini Company. The handle was crafted from black iron with remarkable heat tolerance. The cutting machine is one of Vanini's first inventions. Even the people who called Vanini a geek could not scoff at his brilliant business acumen. I look forward to dismantling that. If there's like one other, I'm glad we got an advanced weapon finally. I just hope it's not overheat or bust in this game. Getting back to my prior conversation, I just want to make it abundantly clear that I support my trans friends and trans rights are important. But it gets complicated once you start putting people in groups of us and them. And it's easy to do because there is literally a group who will go out of their way to kill you, to brainwash you, to put you in a camp and call it good. I get it. You just gotta, not you, but we as a people need to try to find some way to not have that be a dividing line. Cis and trans do not need to be another dividing line picking humanity apart at the seams. We don't need that. Absolutely awful. I honestly just wish that everyone could be happy and nobody had reason for conflict. Nobody had reason for any of that. Also, we need to go this way. Because conflict in such a short space of time, less than 70 years, is too fast for historical standards. And it stinks. It really does. But unfortunately, the two things that let Lies of P and the Adventures of Pinocchio tell it well. Greed and folly are the two things that are most common throughout human history, and I really do mean that. I suppose a simple way to restate what I've already said, and this is the last time I'll do it, is trans people are part of the truth. They're not excluded from the truth, they're part of the truth. Humanity's truth. the truth, and not whatever facsimile of it that conservative people want to say it is. Because it's not that simple. Conservatives are often reductivistic people who they're not always like this. I want to be careful not, I know I'm brandishing a wide brush here, but I know that not every conservative is like this. But it seems to me that whenever I need to be careful here, whenever I hear talk about, you know, trans people aren't real, they're deluded. No, they're not. And it's gotten so complicated now that, you know, you have people who detransition back out, and then you have conservative people claiming it as, see, they detransitioned. And not only that, but they're blaming the people who helped them transition in the first place. Okay, you detransition. That person detransitioning is not a call for you to say, see, we're proven right. No, it's not. All that's anecdotal stuff. Absolutely. I do not stand for hate, and I will not tolerate it on my channel. There are rules, and one of those rules is someone's being hateful, a racist, a bigot, a xenophobe in all other respects, they get the boot. I don't wait for that. I mean, I might give them a chance to apologize if it's a mistake, or maybe I could convince them that they're wrong. But most of the time, and especially in today's age, you're not going to get someone whose xenophobia can be fixed even by therapy. The only form of punishment that works is a complete and total societal shun. And then they learn to keep their ways hidden. They learn not to speak, to keep their thoughts contained to themselves. And they learn to go to towns with other people like them. Or they learn to go to a place where they will be browbeat into submission if they don't. It's the only cure for that type of xenophobia. It's the only thing that works. Is a complete society, like a complete sociological structuring of humanity in such a way as to render this issue moot. It's the only thing that matters, is protecting trans people. They are vulnerable. They are a vulnerable people. They make up about 1% to 2% of the reported population. There are probably many more trans people than this. But there are a lot who don't self-identify for obvious reasons. Because even if it's supposed to be like a double-blind test, or even if you're in a state or a country that's supposed to support trans people, you never know who's going to be counting your you never know who's going to be doing the demographic counting. You never know the people who are going to be in charge of handling your documents. And you can always find that one person who's just a xenophobe and hiding, and they're waiting. They were waiting for their chance, their moment to be a bigot, and they're going to take it out on you because to do so publicly is too much for them. It would be too risky for them. Now, you guys didn't come to hear me preach. Normally, I'm on the fence with most issues. And by on the fence, I mean I'm a centrist on most things. But I'm a centrist as long as human rights aren't involved. The second human rights become involved, I am not a centrist at all. Human rights are human rights, and they are important. Period. Full stop. No extra justification required. Human rights are important. Absolutely. Now, back to the video game. You know, there was another, like, trap somewhere nearby. It's this one. And I guess to make clear, while a normally sapient person might have avoided that conversation topic, that is not what my channel is for. I am not here to make people's trouble. I mean, I do want to make your troubles melt away. No sane streamer would want anything else. But I am not the person who's going to be like, let's not talk about that because business is too important. No, we're going to talk about those things because people are too used to the latter. Two people being too business savvy and thinking only of their wallet, their livelihood, their ego. And that's really what keeps them from standing up for important issues. I will never be that person, ever. The water is strange. I'm not sure when it started, but my tears and blood have also turned blue. I've seen the revelation of the blue butterfly. They have asked me to free them from this prison of time. Are these Medoro's writings? The fairy is far. The fairy is crying. The hands on the clock have gone round and round to find the boy's future. There's gonna be a guy here. We're gonna go ahead and ready our guard. Okay, is that was that Melodoro? Misty Era, E-R-A. To protect the people you love, sometimes you must take steps through uncertain times. Too true. And stand up again. Even in this era when you can't see ahead of you, a piano rings with emotion. Misty Era, to accompany the foggy mornings of Krot. Ergo Era, maybe? Was that supposed to be a portmanteau for something? I leave the butterflies writing here. Remember, you're human. Now it's time to get out of the string. Black Cat's hunting apparel. We got 2 more quartz. And then we have the description here. But no mask. The hunting apparel of the Black Cat is an extra set stolen by robbers who were drawn to its quality. As a cat who had lived alone in the slums, he trusted no one but himself. However, his mind changed completely when he met the fox. An allegory to the... No, not an allegory, an allusion to the the cat and the fox in the novel, in the book, excuse me, because they were animals that tricked Pinocchio and took his gold coins away from him after the trick had been performed. I think it was over some, like, magic beans or something like that. That's a nice set of clothes. Not too ritzy, but it's nice. We're gonna be your friend the mouse for a little while. Is this it? Is this the cave? Or was... No. There's no way. This has to be post... You know, after Geppetto worked on us. This has to be, like, an allusion to something. Or, yeah, an allusion to something. Or some sort of reference otherwise. Nope, can't go through there. Oh, is it turned... All this was the reward for the cryptic vessel? Really? Okay. Sure. Let's go ahead and replace this back with... like the increased capacity for ergo. Let's get the Hermit's Cave, which we were there. That was the content of that cryptic vessel. And go back to the bridge and see if Hugo is still there. I'm gonna say he's not. That he's moved on. But you never know. Gotta look, right? You're still here, Hugo? I didn't think you would still be here.
I'm trying to track down Mr. Allen.
You look like you're just standing there, actually, but whatever. I wonder if the game is going to, like, drip feed us more quartz. Also, I guess if there's anything left that we need to do or investigate, we should try to do that. I'm surprised you guys hadn't taken down the hypocrite sign. Like, there's no reason. And who's a hypocrite? Me? Geppetto? Maybe Geppetto's the hypocrite here. Because they kidnapped him, right? So, if they kidnapped Geppetto, then either Simon compelled them to write this, or they wrote it themselves. I want to say some part of that was their own, like, own motivation and all.
I always welcome.
You're here.
We need 5 half moonstones. Although now we have another weapon, or we have another cutter. So if we look, we have the advanced handle of A, whereas this is B. Yeah, so we found our, basically, we're either limited to an A scaling on a one-hander, or a B or an S scaling on a two-hander. Well, or, you know, we can have a spear. That also works. And to think I was going to be stuck with this weapon the whole game.
You're here.
So let's disassemble this. And we're going to change out the handle. And this handle is like unupgraded as well, so Expanding pickaxe. It's the dagger handle. That's the black steel cutter. Oh, but also, we just straight up have the better one, right? Yeah, we get better damage reduction while guarding as well. No, I'm wanting to keep this. Let's try wielding it, because we have a great sword blade, but... Oh, but we just... Why did I even adjust? I should never have disassembled this weapon.
Here.
Oof. Now we have to actually change out this handle for another one. Although, what are we getting as a result of this? Guard parry instead of a rush smash. Okay. Dang it. Actually, do it correctly, coin. Well, let's see what this is looking like. And we've got a big giant slash. This is certainly a really fast two-handed weapon. Cool.
You're here.
Let's upgrade this then. We have plenty of ergo to do it. And we even have plenty of crescent moonstones as well. It's going to be the half moonstones that are going to be a problem. We need 6. And 6 of those is way more than we have, probably.
No matter what, serving welcome to...
3,000. So we would need to grind. We can at least upgrade... We can at least upgrade it to a +8.
You're here.
Our arsenal is really coming together. Now, as much as I would love to spend the next 8... We can spend the next 8 minutes wrapping up. Ugh. What do you guys think about the game? Did I persuade any of you guys to buy it? Try it? You know, watch a full Let's Play of the game if you're not sure if you're gonna like it or not? Because maybe my hands are not skilled enough for you to see the artistry, or they're too skilled so you can't see how hard the game actually is. Because that's kind of an interesting juxtaposition when you're making Soulsborne content or any kind of content based off of Souls-like. If you're too skilled, you don't actually show how hard the game is. And so people are like, hell yeah, I'm gonna have an easy time. Even if I've actually watched Gino Machino or K-Witty complete a whole run through the game. You know, my run's gonna be just like theirs, right? And, you know, I realize that sounds incredibly reductive to say, oh, well, some people are just gonna think those things, but there is gonna be at least one person who might think that and buy the game just on that. And find themselves to be disappointed or frustrated because they bought a game that they didn't really have, they couldn't really ever work out the expertise to beat, or something else about it would frustrate them. which is the tendency of all Soulsborne games. You kind of have to know yourself. If you're willing to put in some kind of time commitment on Soulsbornes, they're great. If you can't put the time commitment and you don't have the reflexes to back up that lack of commitment, that lack of game mechanic mastery, that it's going to be a problem for you. And, you know, if you're getting on the older end, of course video games are for everybody. They're for people of all ages. But your reflexes do start to diminish after 35, let alone something like 60. So it's just things to consider when you buy games like this. On the other hand, if you watch... I don't know of anyone in this category because I don't watch anyone in this category. But if you ever watch someone whose sole shtick is I fail at video games on purpose, and they're a smoldering ball of rage every time they play the game, Tyrannicon, I take that back. There's Tyrannicon comes to mind. If you watch some of his earlier content, he might be an especially skilled person now, but the whole shtick, the whole gimmick is that he's constantly mauling at video games. It's just something I know about him. I don't really watch the content. At least not anymore. But that probably won't give you a good impression of whether or not to buy the game either. The only way you're going to know that for sure is to buy it for yourself. Or to watch someone who is on neither end of that spectrum. Someone who is truly in the middle, which can be hard. Because there are a lot, you won't always have an obvious tell like Gino Machino or Tyrannicon. You'll have other people who you don't know. And you'll just have to ask. You'll have to ask around and find out, or follow one of the many subreddits or Twitter threads or Facebook pages. You might have to do your own research. You might have to watch game clips. You might have to spoil yourself a little if you really want to find out if a game is truly worth your money or not. Especially one like this, or an actual legit Soulsborne game. Not even just a Souls-like, but something from FromSoft themselves. And FromSoft is not a shining beacon of what gaming looks like, because they definitely make mistakes, and they're prone to making mistakes and being in their own head sometimes, or they're prone to making absolutely baffling design decisions for no reason. So don't put them on a pedestal. But if you want like the pinnacle of like what you look for in a Soulsborne as to whether or not you'll really enjoy it, I would recommend Dark Souls 3. That would be the place to start. Elden Ring would probably be a slightly better place to start, but only in the beginning of the game. If you play the beginning of Elden Ring, I would say that's really the best segment of figuring out, am I gonna like a Soulsborne or not? If I'm not gonna like a part of a Soulsborne, I'm not gonna like any of the harder ones, and I'm certainly not gonna like anything tied to Bloodborne either. It's just the truth of it. Soulsborne games, Souls-like games are not for everyone. They're all inclusive, in that insofar as we all suffer under the same difficult yoke that isn't made easier by the game. There are a couple Souls-likes that do this, that do make things easier. One of them is Another Crab's Treasure. It's described as a Souls-like. I just watched bits of Moist Critical, or Penguins, aka Charlie, play through that game, and it looked hard as hell. So obtuse, in fact, that he even pulled out the accessibility Glock to beat the final boss, because it was bullshit the whole way through. And Moist Critical is a man who is known for his skills at Souls-style games, period. Go watch any of Moist Critical's content, and you will see what I mean. Any of his gaming content, that is. You will get a perfectly good idea of what I'm talking about. Even his account of whether or not to get a Souls-like game is not... He's on the same end, no, I'm evaluating skill, and I don't think I should be making value judgments. But I would definitely say, go do your own research and figure out whether a Soulsborne game is for you. That's the best advice I can give. Just go do your own research, go watch clips. You might have to spoil yourself to figure out if you want it. But I think Lies of P and the Soulsborne franchise as a whole is worth asking those questions. Because Lies of P has been great. Really and truly great. We'll be back not tomorrow, but Monday. We'll be back Monday. I'm gonna put a notice about that in the Discord, which I'm gonna put a link out to now again. If you're not part of my Discord, please consider, especially if you've already followed, the Discord is free. There's no pay gate, there's nothing of the sort. I've taken all the pay gating out. It's just, you only get pay gated to access certain things in the Discord. And even then, the number of things you're not allowed access to is very small. About this small. So small you can't even see it on the camera very effectively. Trying to think. No, I'm blanking out. But come join us on the Discord. Again, if you're a content creator, you're also still more than welcome. Talk to me if you want to use the projector room, if you're YouTube, Kick, or Trovo, if you work any of those platforms. If you're on Twitch, talk to me if you don't get your information published on the correct channel. I have a channel set up just for that. It should automatically do it once it recognizes that you're streaming. Thank you again for hanging out with me, guys. I'm looking forward to Monday. I will come up with a thumbnail and all that fun stuff, and we'll go from there. I think I can probably eke out what the last few thumbnails would be, and then I can just schedule all those streams at once. But I'm not 100% sure. I'll get on it. I'll get on that as soon as I can, though. Again, I'll see you guys Monday at the normal stream time. I'll let you guys know where I'll be hanging out on Twitch if you want to talk to me. Or YouTube, that too. My name is Coinstamp or Swirling Vortex or Steven. Thank you for being in my storm halls, my senators and inductees. This has been another episode of Lies of P. And for those of you on YouTube, that's it. Auf Wiedersehen, bon revoir, or however you say that. Take care of yourselves, and we're going to move on to the Twitch shoutouts. Goodbye. Now, for you guys on Twitch, I'm going to check and see if there are people here. There's at least one person that's here. So we're going to raid. We're going to attempt to raid anyway. If you don't want to raid, that's fine. You can go ahead and hop off here. But I do at least want to point you to 2 people you may be interested in if you don't want the raid. Because the raid is not necessarily a person I'm going to be shouting out. They're just people to go check. Let's see. What do I want to shout out for today? If you guys want super chill content, you're done, you're drained with social interaction, there's a channel called Bob Ross. I'll put the shout out to that now. It's an art show based on the series that was published and worked on by Robert Norman Ross and his crew. This is why I love that Mad Lib. Aniv. My dude. Aniv, you can't be saying that. I don't even know what I know what Mad Lib is, but I don't know what that means. You say garbage. You say incomprehensible pseudo-babble. I can't tell what that is. Other than I love that Mad Lib. And apparently it was a song. That's the only thing I can think of there. But go check out Bob Ross. It's slow chat, and you can't rate it, there aren't audio alerts or anything. As for the second shout out, taking a second. Because I'm having to find someone I want to point you guys to. Okay, if you like someone whose skill set is more varied than you'd expect, given the man's history, check out a man named Lazy Runs. I knew him before he was called Lazy Runs, and he was a Bloodborne challenge runner. I knew him as Donnie Wrecked, that was his name. But he has since moved on to speed running, from what I understand. So go check him out. Whoops. He's playing through a Grand Poo World 3. There we go. Good lord. Based on the streamer of the same name, Grand Pooh Bear, or similar name. And Grand Pooh World is a series of hacks made by the Barbarous King, a well-known content creator and entertainer himself. And he's known for authoring quite a few Super Mario World hacks, or ROM mods, as I've taken to calling them. It's less grungy that way. Now, who do I want to raid? There's a lot of people to choose from. I kind of need a different panel for this. And I wish there were people on my normal roster to go raid, because those are the people I've built rapport with. Generally speaking, I don't like raiding people I know nothing about, or I haven't visited their streams yet. So I think instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys just a minute. If you have anybody that you guys know, I'd love to hear it. If not, you know, I'll just go ahead and cut the stream and we'll be good to go. Thank you guys again for hanging out with me. The company meant a lot today. It really did. Also, let me just switch the camera for a second so I can give you a more personal wave. And now we'll move back to the live stream. Although really I should be putting the capture card audio in the background behind my camera so that you guys can still hear it and there isn't any cutoff. I'll give you guys probably about another minute, and then I'll go ahead and cut and run. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves today. Liza P is fun, and I look forward to the next game after that, which, if I check my records, is supposed to be Legend of Grimrock 2. I may want to play another Souls-like instead, just to kind of keep my skills on point. Maybe that would be the point in which I play a modded version of Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, because I've beaten Dark Souls 3 on this channel many times. I've beaten Dark Souls 1 a couple of times, especially especially in the Prepare to Die edition. I don't have the remaster, though. I would love to get the remaster, and I might pick that up once I get consistent cash. While we wait on Elden Ring Reforged to finally have a real content... maybe I should stop calling it a true compatibility patch, because they themselves called the stopgap the compatibility patch. So I think instead what I'll start calling it is a content integration patch. Because currently in Elden Ring Reforged, you can't access the DLC. You can access the game, but the DLC is turned off. Meaning, once you defeat Mohg, you can't... once you defeat Mohg, the Lord of Blood, you can't access the DLC. And I can say this because there are trailers that spoil it. And you can go find a trailer. Plus, there will be many people who probably want to know how to get to the DLC anyway. I should have indicated some spoilers beforehand. Sorry. But that would be how you get to the DLC area, assuming that it didn't change from the trailer. If it changed from the trailer, well then I guess I told you a lie. It's like, and it would be a fake spoiler, I think is what they call that now. It's like intentional misinformation that's obviously wrong, but I didn't do either of those things. I don't know. I don't really keep up with spoiler verbiage. Well, I've given people 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which is fine. That's totally fine. You guys do not have to come up with anything that I ask from a question. Totally fine. So instead, we're just gonna cut the stream and end it right here. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, thank you for sticking around with me up to this point. You guys know there are algorithmic things to do in the description, as well as in the below the stream panel. And with that, stay safe out there, my senators and inductees. I will always welcome you in my hallowed halls. Take care of yourselves, and goodbye.